Our national anthem represents the beauty, pride, strength, and resilience of Jamaica and our people. My name is Agent Sasko. Please stand as we honor Jamaica, our culture, and our history.
And in true Jamaican fashion, we have to ensure that the proceedings are fully blessed. So notwithstanding our first prayer, the national anthem, I now invite Ms. Avis Matthias to offer and open with a word of prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Father, we give you thanks and praise for this morning, this blessed hour. We thank you for your faithfulness towards us. And we thank you for the grace and the mercies that you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for the talents and the gifts that you have endowed within us this morning. And for this, we want to give you praise and glory and honor and majesty and power that belongs to you. We ask, Holy God, that you will bless today's session. We ask that your Spirit will guide us and, oh God, lead us into the way that we must go. We ask, Lord, that at the end of this session, that truly, oh God, Jamaica's craft industry will be one, mighty God, that the profile will be raised, Lord God, and export, Lord God Almighty, performance will be improved. We give you glory, we give you honor, and we give you praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Ms. Matthias. And so a very, very pleasant good morning to everyone. My name is Sharifa Powell. I'm the manager in the President's Technical Support Unit at JAMPRO, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the hosting of Craft and Coffee 2025. This is a wonderfully curated event organized by the Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce, where we not only indulge in the richness of our local coffee, I see coffee stations on the outside, but also celebrate the artistry and craftsmanship that drive countless MSMEs in the sector. Very importantly, this staging of craft and coffee is a critical step in the implementation of the national craft policy. And as such, the policy which seeks to expand the merchandising, retailing, and visibility of the authentic Jamaican craft, visual art, and souvenir products through various initiatives, including the development of regular public interventions in the form of competitions, and you will see from the program that we have awards to be presented to some wonderful artisans today, events and exhibitions. I don't know about you, but I've already identified a few pieces that I have fallen in love with. And to identify and promote authentic Jamaican craft, to award, not only award, but also to encourage and importantly provide the support, including information on how to hone the sector and expand into global marketplaces. So, Senator, the Honorable Auburn Hill, Minister, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mrs. Sansa Bennett Templar, or Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Latoya Richards Franklin, Chief Technical Director of the Ministry, Miss Liana Blake, who you see buzzing around, Senior Director, the Industry Division, Mrs. Janine Fletcher Taylor of the JBDC, Mrs. Avis Matthias, representatives of partnering ministries, departments, and agencies. Pleased to see Dr. Blake, head of the Trade Board. Artisans, business owners, specially invited guests, including our panelists, I see some here, and guests who have joined us online, and clearly, and of course, our media partners. A warm welcome to everyone. Craft, much like coffee, is a labor of love. It takes practice, dedication, and skill to transform raw materials into something beautiful, meaningful, and valuable. And for our signature Jamaican coffee, delectable. Whether it's through weaving, carving, pottery, or any form of artistic expression, our artisans tell stories, stories of tradition, of resilience, of innovation, stories with boundless value. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to celebrate and showcase the incredible talent of our artisans, whose work fuels entrepreneurship and places Jamaica on the map as a hub of authentic, handcrafted excellence, and give truth to the policy framework and the policy direction in which the ministry is taking the industry. So as we sip on the coffee to be provided and appreciate the stunning craftsmanship around us, let us remember that every piece of work represents time, creativity, and passion. As an art lover, not yet a collector, I believe that in every piece of art, there is a touch of the person who made it. So it is truly special, unique, and again, I say, valuable. Capitalizing on that value and monetizing the craft undoubtedly contributes to economic development, growth, and prosperity of Jamaica land we love. So I want to, in my opening, extend my gratitude to the artisans here today. Your work is not just an industry. It is an inspiration which the whole world needs to enjoy. To our guests in the room and online, I invite you to immerse yourself in this conversation that is going to happen. And to our collaborating agencies and stakeholders who will work forward with, we look forward to your guidance, your advice, your knowledge on how to expand on the business of craft. So as we applaud creativity and strengthen entrepreneurship, welcome to Craft and Coffee 2025. To extend the official welcome, I now invite Mrs. Sansia Bennett Templar, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, to provide the welcome and opening remarks. And immediately thereafter, I invite Ms. Liana Blake, Acting Director of the Industry Division, to proceed with the program introduction. And Ms. Blake will be followed by Mrs. Janine Fletcher Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome our Permanent Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson Sharifa Powell. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a lovely morning this morning, isn't it? And you know what makes it a lovely morning this morning? I look to my right, and I see all of this beautiful Jamaican craft. I look to my left, and I see, again, beautiful Jamaican art, craft. And so it is good to see what we can produce in Jamaica, the quality that we can produce in Jamaica, the exhibition of Jamaican talent and Jamaican culture. But before I go further, I really must recognize our hardworking Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's Business Ministry. This is his second meeting at this hotel this morning, as we have just come out of a meeting with a very important section of the business. But he's working from early in the morning until late at night, and sometimes Saturdays and Sundays I get messages as well. So I know he's working in supporting the business industry in Jamaica. And of course, craft is part of the business industry in Jamaica. We want to make sure we get that squarely in our heads, and that as we have it in our heads at the ministry, we want to make sure that everyone has that squarely in their heads, understanding that there is a significant business to the craft industry. I also want to recognize a lady looking resplendent in yellow this morning, Latoya Richards-Franklin, the Chief Technical Director of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And beside her, we also have Ambassador as well, who is currently working with the ministry. Leanna Blake, you will hear from, the lady who has direct responsibility for implementing the National Craft Policy, working with industry. And you will hear from her. We have a lot of other representatives here from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Of course, we have representation from Jamaica Business Development Corporation, the agency of the ministry that works most closely with persons in the craft industry, and they are represented this morning by Mrs. Janine Fletcher-Taylor, Manager of the Marketing Services Division of the JBDC. We have some panelists who are going to be having discussions with you this morning. Mr. Ricardo Durant, Non-Food and Extractive Export Manager for JAMPRO, Malika Pottinger, Director of Export Trade Board Limited, and I'm sure she's going to not miss this opportunity to tell you about Export Jamaica and our Export Academy, two very important major new initiatives which have been directed and supported by our business minister to improve information and services to the business community in Jamaica. Association of Jamaican Potters, we see you here. Hard Trust NTA, Tourism Product Development Company, Sandals Foundation, Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, Bureau of Standards, all of these entities that are here today, specially invited guests, media. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it is a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Today's event accomplishes a major objective of the National Craft Policy of Jamaica to expand the merchandising, retailing, and visibility of authentic Jamaican craft, visual arts, souvenir products through the development of regular public intervention. And we can assure you that this is the first of what will be ongoing interventions by this ministry to work with you in terms of further development of your products, but also in terms of ensuring more visibility for your products. So this is a carefully planned event to seek to ensure that craft persons today can benefit from direct business support, knowledge sharing through public and private sector representatives or craft industry associations, and to present a quality awards showcase. So I believe some 200 plus persons have been invited to make submissions, and some adjudication has been done. And I want to congratulate those who have participated, and I want to indicate that we will later be congratulating finalists in the categories of Best Souvenir Product, Best Interior Product, Best Jewelry Product, Best Fashion and Textile Product, and Best Corporate Gift. We want to also recognize the partners who have worked with us in this initiative, Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports, as well as the Ministry of Tourism, both of which are integral participants in the implementation of the National Craft Policy. And of course, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, who everyone in the craft industry knows so well, from the various staging of events that they have, the training that they provide, the technical assistance that they provide, the incubator that some of you may use in the production of your products. As I had mentioned before, Trade Board is here with us, Bureau of Standards Jamaica is here with us, all participating in this business of helping exporters, helping Jamaican companies to grow. Hartrust NTA, a very good partner of this ministry who works very closely with the MSME sector. And of course, we have to mention the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. And Edna Manley trains so many of our artisans as they continue to improve their creativity and the quality of Jamaican craft. I want to underscore the commitment of this ministry and our entire portfolio of agencies, the commitment to continue to work with you to grow your business. That's what we come to office every day, Minister, thinking about how we can improve what we do in the interest of Jamaican businesses. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being here. We have other events coming up. We have other initiatives coming up, which are exciting. I mentioned two already, Jamaica, Export Jamaica and the Jamaica Academy, both of which are important initiatives from which you can get information, how to export, where to export to, market intelligence, and so on. We're also looking, just to mention, that we're looking at, in terms of how we can increase your visibility, we're looking at how we can ensure that we have a highly visible online portal in terms of a virtual craft directory online, so that we are able to showcase your products to the world. And of course, we will continue to host training exercises as well as we seek to help you to increase your quality, although looking around us, right? Fabulous quality we are already producing in many of our products here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to the rest of the morning. I thank you for your participation and look forward to seeing the winners of today's competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. I'm sure we look forward to the virtual craft directory, expanding access and visibility on a global scale. I now invite Ms. Leanna Blake, Acting Senior Director, the Industry Division of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, to play a very important role in this event this morning, providing the program introduction. From the PS's remarks, I recognize that there are layers and depths to the work being done by the ministry to support this particular sector, and I think it will be very important to hear a bit more about the program. So, Ms. Blake.
Good morning, everyone. Senator, the Honorable Auburn Hill, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sancia Bennett-Templar, Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Latoya Richards-Franklin, other distinguished guests, welcome. I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to see all of you with us. I am honored to welcome you all to the inaugural Craft and Coffee event, a celebration of Jamaican craftsmanship and creativity. This event is conceived in response to the need to identify innovative approaches tailored to the needs of the craft industry in Jamaica and aligned with the strategic directive of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to encourage and build an internationally competitive sector. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the significant challenges facing Jamaica's craft industry. We are living in times of global uncertainty. However, we are also aware of the immense opportunities that exist for Jamaican craft, from the growing demand for authentic and sustainable products to the potential for craft to contribute to Jamaica's economic growth and development. In fact, our market research over the past 2 years has revealed that there is significant interest and potential markets for handmade products. During the pandemic alone, our data shows that there was an expansion of exports of visual arts. We are also encouraged by the examples of our athletes. And once the rules are clear and available to all competitors, with the correct guidance, timely information, and training, conditions are right for Jamaicans to win. We are therefore committed to supporting craft enterprises, to putting their best foot forward to respond to commercial market opportunities and to do just that, win. This event is designed to address some of the challenges facing our craft producers while also capitalizing on the opportunities that exist. We have placed at the disposal of our participants here the necessary information to support the building of a resilient craft industry and be able to respond to the demands of the local and export markets. Our discussion panel will offer insights and advice from industry experts, and our award ceremony will recognize and reward outstanding Jamaican craft persons. Throughout the event, you will have the opportunity to explore our craft exhibition showcase, the best of Jamaican craftsmanship, and aims to increase the visibility of well-made, best-in-category craft products with potential exposure to commercial opportunities. As we look to the future, we are excited about the prospects for Jamaican craft. We envision a sector that is vibrant, sustainable, and equitable, one that provides opportunities for craft persons to earn good income and for consumers to access high-quality, authentic products. This is the first of several innovative programs which we plan to roll out to help move craft enterprises to the next level. I therefore invite you to stay with us during our proceedings today and continue to engage with us as we journey to new heights for Jamaican-made crafts. Let us work together to build a brighter and more prosperous future for our Jamaican craft. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Authentic is the word that I took away from what she said. And craftsmanship, and authenticity, I believe, will drive the sector to new heights. I now invite Mrs. Janine Fletcher-Taylor, Manager of the Marketing Services Division of the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, and P.S. Templer in her welcome indicated the critical and pivotal role which the JBDC plays and will continue to play to support the sector. So to hear more, let us invite and welcome Mrs. Fletcher-Taylor to the podium.
Senator, the Honorable Oben Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sansa Bennett-Templer, CTD, Mrs. Latoya Richards-Franklin, Acting Senior Director, Ms. Leanna Blake, artisans and practitioners in the gift and craft industry, and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Acting CEO of the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, Mr. Harold Davis, I am delighted to bring remarks at this inaugural Craft and Coffee. As the ministry's lead implementing agency of the National Craft Policy, JBDC is constantly forging partnerships with relevant stakeholders to create innovative business solutions and solutions that drive entrepreneurship and a thriving, sustainable business and industry. It is therefore incumbent on all the relevant stakeholders in the value chain to coalesce around a unified mission and vision. The gift and craft industry presents a unique value proposition to the global marketplace. However, the adoption and systematic implementation of the craft policy is key to the success of all the players involved. Craft and Coffee presents a unique and vibrant opportunity for us to intentionally and directly participate in the conversation and collective thought leadership around the sustainable development of this sector. The JBDC welcomes this event. This initiative and the JBDC affirms its commitment to the sustainable development of the export mission of the gift and craft industry by providing development services from concept to market through product development and innovation at our craft incubator and global market access via the Things Jamaican brand and its chain of retail stores and e-commerce platform. As such, the Jamaica Business Development proudly supports the policy implementation as we look forward to the successful economic development of brand Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fletcher-Taylor. And you know, earlier I said to her, boy, I love your colors. Didn't realize it was Mrs. Fletcher-Taylor. It is, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed pleasure to introduce Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, the Business Ministry, or the Business Minister, who will deliver this special address. Before I introduce Minister Hill, a fun fact for you. Did you know that quite a large percentage of Jamaica's Blue Mountain coffee is exported to Japan, where it is consumed as a luxury product? Further, were you aware that in 2022, the Caribbean region accounted for an estimated US $247 million in craft-related business? And further, that there are projections that the global handicraft market will reach US $467.6 billion by 2028. This is money. This is value. This is investment. And whilst Minister Hill really needs no extensive introduction, I'd rather you hear from him than me, I have to point out and emphasize that Minister Hill is the chair of the Craft Council. He is, as we know, and as PS has indicated, based on the work ethic, passionate about industry and development, and is determined to drive the promotion and development of the SME sector, and to grow Jamaica through exports. I have no doubts, ladies and gentlemen, that Minister Hill will point our craft industry in the direction to carve for itself a piece of that sizable bit of the $1 billion I mentioned earlier. And so, without further ado, Minister Hill, we look forward to hearing your special remarks.
Thank you very much, Sharifa, and thank you all for coming out this morning. And thank you, PS, who handles the money for the ministry. I don't do money. I don't do employment. I might mention a word to her, but I don't do those things. So I have to thank her and the ministry for putting on this exhibition, this show, this participation of people in the craft business to make sure we elevate the platform from which they work and to make sure that we help them as much as we can. So Mrs. Sansia Bennett-Templer, who is our permanent secretary at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mrs. Latoya Richards-Franklin, who is the acting chief technical director at the MMIC. I say MMIC, but it should be MWIC. Heads of agencies. I see Dr. Gooden, who was right next door with me in my earlier meeting. Dr. Blake. PS, we don't have any people in the agencies who don't have doctorates. I mean, is that how it works? And there are others who are from elsewhere in the ministry and the agencies. Thank you so much for coming out this morning. The artisans, craft business owners, and all the other related stakeholders, welcome and thank you so much for coming out. The media practitioners, which without them, if you don't have a picture, it didn't happen. So we're happy to have them here with us this morning, JIS and all the other private media practitioners, and very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And I know many of you are very distinguished and very noticeable. Jamaica is a nation of creators, of innovators, and astute entrepreneurs. If you don't believe me, travel with some of our Jamaicans to New York or Atlanta or Miami, and you see how very astute they are, and even in Toronto and London. We are builders of industry, exporters of culture, and go-getters in business. I was just this morning with Dr. Gooden, the PS, and others. We're talking to manufacturers, because manufacturers always are facing challenges. And some of the things I heard this morning from people in the bedding industry, when the mattress wouldn't sell, they start making sofas. When sofas captured that market, they added things to it. It's amazing how innovative you have to be if you're in business, and it's no different if you're in the craft business. You constantly have your head on. You see craft coming from halfway around the world. Then they don't even speak English, but they're very good at doing it. So how do we compete? We have to find ways to do that. And frankly, there are places around the world who say, what are Jamaican products and Jamaican people doing here? You know, I go to Dubai, I go to Saudi Arabia, I go to China, and I meet Chinese students who went there as students, are fluent in Mandarin. And I suspect if I spoke Mandarin, I realize that there's a modicum of accent left from Jamaica. But really, they speak Mandarin very, very well and have become business people. Now, can you imagine as far away as that? And so we really are go-getters around the world. I'm pleased to be here with you today at this important craft and coffee workshop. As the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's business ministry, we're here to celebrate the ingenuity, the culture and resilience that define Jamaican craft. Craft has long been a vital part of Jamaica's identity and heritage. When I grew up in the country, when we'd come to Kingston, one of the things we'd do is go to the craft market then. And you'd see all those craft, generally mainly women, probably many still are women because they're creative and they know what families want and what children will want to see. From the vibrancy of our visual arts to the intricacy of our handmade products, Jamaican craft tells the story of our people, our culture, and our very rich history. We know that with the right investment in product development, marketing, and innovation, the craft sector has the potential to drive employment, increase exports, and profits. My speechwriters, you know you mustn't leave out profits. I am one of those government people that want to and encourage profits. I am part of an administration, the Andrew Holness administration, that really supports business and want business to be successful. If you're not successful, you can't employ people, you can't give bonus, you can't expand, you can't export to take markets overseas. All that is vital. So I just want you to understand, when you're out there, this minister and this ministry want you to make profits fairly, and there's a good reason I want you to make profits, because when you make profits, you pay taxes, and we can then build hospital, we can build roads, and maybe I'll get a little pay. So it is really altruistic, but you know what I mean. A little pay is in there for me, and the PS, and the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Finance who's going to give her a budget today. So we really do want people to be profitable in the business, and including the craft business. I'm proud as a member of the Andrew Holness administration that is committed to empowering Jamaican entrepreneurs, creating a thriving, productive, peaceful, creative, fiscally sound economy, ensuring that all Jamaicans live better and are prosperous. All Jamaicans. Because we can't be a rich country with a whole heap of poor people who can't live well. It is our collective responsibility to individually make profits from our businesses and then collectively employ a lot more people. And me have no apology about that, you know. Everywhere we go, and don't say it in church, when we go for funerals and so on, but as I step outside and anybody asks me, I explain. So we're committed to it. This administration has created the most stable economic environment in modern Jamaican history. And I'm going to tell you, and anybody can argue with it, I believe I serve in what has to be Jamaica's best cabinet that the country has ever had since independence. Take me on if you want, me no care. Me stand up with you, toe to toe, because I believe we can match that. We have delivered record low unemployment. Now, when I came to government in 2014, I've studied economics and lived all over the place as a banker. I could never have believed, I'm telling you the honest truth, that when we came to government in 2016, that I would even have dreamt that we could get to an unemployment rate of 3.5%. I would have been counted as mad if I had said it then, because I couldn't even think it. But we work at it, and look at where we are. We are at 3.5% unemployment in an emerging economy that has to be counted as full employment. There are people, yes, who don't have jobs, and they don't want to work. Some of them are older, some of them are younger, going through schools. Some of them are looking after families and whatever else they do. Some of them live a very high life because they can afford it and don't work. We don't want to have too many of those. We want everybody to work. But all those who won't have the money and want to live that way, bless you. Make sure you pay taxes. I need the salary. So we want to make sure people are very successful. The highest net international reserve in the history of Jamaica, $5.5 billion US. Now, don't ask me to go share it out. And I saw it work. You know how it works? For the past 4 or 5 years, 6 maybe, we've had a very stable currency. When our currency, the Jamaican currency, devalues 3 or 4% a year, and sometimes 2.5% for the whole year, you have a stable currency from which you can plan. Those of you who have had a business before or watch your parents in business, you know there's a time when all you could do is the Jamaican dollar was devaluing. I'm going to tell you a true story. In 2007, no, maybe 2005, 6, I knew that the dollar could only go one way down. So I took a position on the dollar. I bet that the dollar was going to devalue. Because I understand finance and foreign exchange, I made money out of it. There are people who could bet against the dollar and win. Don't try that crap anymore. You're probably going to lose your money because the dollar is not volatile and is not slipping where you can make a whole heap of money off it. We've changed that. And you know who benefits most? The rich people have money anyway. They have money. You know who benefits most? The people at the bottom of our economic scale. Because the inflation is not flying all over the place. Inflation is the biggest theft of wealth and goodwill and prosperity from the poor. A solidly stable dollar, backed by a very large net international reserve, is a protection for the poor. So don't you ever tell me you can't name it. Yes, you can. Yes, you eat better because you have a stable currency, and that's backed by a very strong net international reserve, which this, you remember when on the radio they'd be talking about, oh, we can't buy more than 8 months of goods. When last you ever hear anybody ask how many months of foreign exchange we have? Nobody asks anymore. It's taken for granted because we manage it well. Inflation is under control at 4.3%. Many big countries would love to have that. Some of our lowest crime rates in 25 years. That's not stable. But boy, we have a police force that has changed. The funny thing about change that is as dramatic as that, you never see it month by month. We invested billions of dollars, and we were asked why we were investing so much money. Oh, you invest money and the crime doesn't come down. Well, crime doesn't come down the day you buy the equipment or the day you buy the software. Crime comes down after you put in the software and start to work and get it down and watch it come down. Dr. Blake is doing a great job. Let me tell you something. For years, since I come back to Jamaica, all you could hear is apology from the police force if they'd ever speak, because they're constantly under pressure. Not Dr. Blake. I hear him about 2 weeks ago, and I was so proud of the man. Him take on, and the government tell him to say it. It's for him business. Him take on the public and say, this is what we do, this is what we do, this is how we're doing it. And you know something? We're not stop going after gangs. This is our country. Give them a round of applause. They're not in this ministry, but applaud them, please. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what strong governance looks like. That is why we're here today, to ensure that every craft entrepreneur, every artisan, and every business owner has a stake in the prosperity of this country. Everyone must have a stake in it, and we must make sure it's available to them. Quality matters. Success is more than making products. It is about making the best Jamaican-made products that can be made globally. The best ones. There is no second standard you must have. There is no second. You don't even know the second person who go to the moon. We have two up there now, not the moon, on the space station. You don't remember the second person who go to the moon. You don't know. But most everybody will remember Neil Armstrong. Number one is what counts. Jamaica is that kind of country that everything we do must be number one. Except if it's criminal, it must be eradicated. So nobody go quote me and say, we must make number one criminals. Me never say so. Okay. As artisans and business owners, because I know how people are now, darling. You know how they are? Oh, the minister now say we must be number one and we must have number one criminals. No, no, no. You just tell them from it's not so. As artisans and business owners, you must make products that meet international standards. Set your ambitions high. Don't set it to just meet Jamaican standards. We're a small country. We must look to how do we become the best of what we do. And the only way you can do that is set yourself against international standards. Stand out in global markets and demand premium prices with quality, not just with quantity. This is where institutions like Jamaica Business Development Corporation, JBDC, and the Bureau of Standards Jamaica, Bureau of Standards here, testing your stuff, both agencies of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce come in. They provide essential business advisory services, incubator services, ensuring world-class packaging and labeling, and giving you the tools to compete. Please, we have 20 agencies in this ministry. JBDC, JAMPRO, JIPO, Anti-Dumping, all of them. BSJ, NCRA, JANAC, to make sure you get an accredited lab to test your products. And WIPO, JIPO, Jamaica Intellectual Property Office, to protect your trademarks. Don't go around by yourself and not look at the ministry website and see what we have to offer you. And when we do our road shows in different places, come out and meet the agencies. I take all 20 of them with me. I spend the whole day there. I'm serious about business. Our national craft policy, tabled in Parliament in 2019, focuses on innovation, improved production, packaging, and stronger distribution channels to enhance Jamaica's global brand. We have launched the Artisan Empowerment Hub, a pilot export gateway providing craft producers like you with design innovation and product development. We are also developing an online directory of export-ready artisans. Listen to me now. If you're not looking to export, you're not going to get rich. We have less than 3 million people in Jamaica. We have a per capita GDP of less than 7,000. Bahamas has 34, Trinidad has 25, Barbados has 22. Why them have to beat us? We're joking, but you know what? We lost 40 years borrowing too much money and not investing wisely in our economy. We are now investing in our infrastructure, investing in our people, making sure we digitize so that we can compete, because I'm not interested in a per capita GDP of less than 7,000. I'm not interested in poverty. I don't like it. I don't want to hug it up. I don't want to talk about it. I want to eradicate it. And unless we make sure that we're producing to the highest quality, we're not going to get bought. Lots of people, you see what's happening in the world? Everybody is saying, when I've been out there saying, look, the Canadians and the Japanese and the Trinidadians and the Americans and the Canadians are not going to make Jamaica rich for us. It is we who must do it. You hear how many people are saying it now? You're not calling no name enough. But you know what I mean. So we have to make sure and in this, our two biggest trading partners are the two big guys. United States and China, 1 and 2. While them do them thing, we must look for opportunities. There are niches where we can go. Our liquor, I see it on shelves that never used to carry so much. Them send me the video. I see them. We now have, we are a place where if you produce your stuff, it so happens that those two big players in the world economy, they have very large positive trade balance with Jamaica. We're not the target. That means we have opportunity. There are people who can set up Jamaican companies with their overseas investment. We have a large room before we start get any attraction. Come invest in Jamaica. Craft people, find the money from your family or friends. Expand your business, because we can export to where we are not the target, or region, and even overseas. Look for opportunities where there are difficulties. There always are. So we have launched the Artisan Empowerment Hub for the Export Gateway. Please understand, we're also developing the online directory so that you can find Trade Board. Trade Board was with me earlier this morning. Dr. Blake is here. Dr. Blake has Export Jamaica, market there. Them have so much information on that place, 190 countries. You want to know how to export to Denmark or Dubai or the United States or China, any one of them, Guyana. You go to Export Jamaica's website, on the Trade Board website, and we give you everything you need to know. It is for free. You don't have to spend the money. Just use the website, and I want more of you every single day. Plan to spend an hour or 2 hours on websites, government website. Forget scrolling on Instagram. Your friend and daughter will tell you that. That not get you not much money unless you're selling through Instagram, and some Jamaicans do. But if you're selling through it, you know how it works. You need to get the additional information that is free. Go to the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce website. Go to JIPO's website. Go to anti-dumping website. There's a whole heap of information on what is being dumped in this country and where it's being dumped from. Go use it. Use the technology, and your phone can do it. All I want to have smartphone. Sometimes two, like Roger Clark. Hello, hello. Of blessed memory. Roger was my very good friend. Like him a lot. So we have to make sure we get ourselves export ready. What is it that separates good businesses from great businesses? Quality. Quality. Strong standards set by the Bureau of Standards of Jamaica. Higher productivity. You must be more productive. It's no longer good enough to say I was good this last month. How am I going to be better next month? You know how productivity comes? Using the same resources that you had this month to make a lot more next month. Find ways. If you're making cakes, what do I know about cakes? But listen to me. If you're making cakes, pudding, potato pudding, you have to get potato, you have to have sugar, you have to have a little salt, you have to have water, you have to have milk. Now, if one person do all that, it's not going to be as efficient as if you get your brother or your daughter to say, take 2 of this, or 4 of you. You handle sugar and nutmeg, you handle salt and vanilla, you handle potato and water. And you know what I mean? And by separating it, next month you make more than you make this month because you become more efficient at it and you can manage it better. Today's Product Quality Awards ceremony 2025 acknowledges businesses that get it right. The best souvenir product, best interior product, best jewelry product, best corporate gifts, and best textile product. Those are the 5 categories. Notice everywhere we go. On roadshow, we have people who do pitch. Them can win 200,000 or you can win 400,000. Now you all are rich in here with fancy shoes and pretty lipstick. Do you have any idea how much $400,000 mean to an MSME person that never see 400,000 in one place at any one time? You don't understand. When we give those prices and we see, and a lot of them are women, and you hear them jump up and scream because they win, you cannot believe what it means to them. So the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's business ministry, we give prizes. This morning we're going to give you prizes as well for those categories I just outlined. These winners represent the future of Jamaica's craft sector, and one that is bold, competitive, and globally recognized. Lots of people have their global recognition. Yes, them know us in sport. Yes, they know us in singing. And Bob Marley was the best artist in the 100 years we just finished. Imagine that, from Jamaica. And Bob Marley was mixed breed, as they would say, out of many one people. We got it right. And, you know, we are, yes, they know us for those things. But now, Jamaica is known as to how to manage an economy from being a basket case in 2012, 2013, to be the poster child for the IMF and the World Bank by 2019, before the pandemic. That's an amazing, amazing achievement. All my friends in the Caribbean, we wish that our country was governed by you. And wider field, they tell us, We're amazed at what Jamaica has done. So now we're known for managing an economy. Get onto that train. Ride that train to success and prosperity. Digital transformation is important. You're starting in your business. Get used to digitizing what you have. Your phone is good. You're used to the phone, so it's not fearful anymore. Go on our website, get the courses you can, and digitize your business because it's going to be a lot more efficient. If you're not online, if you're not branding yourself for global markets, you are leaving money on the table and prosperity behind you. MasterCard, know that name? MasterCard is partnering with craft businesses like yours with their tap-and-go technology. They came to us. Prime Minister and I met the CEO of MasterCard about 3 years ago in Los Angeles, and we've had a series of discussions then. Just before, or not last one, but the road show about a month ago, they came on board and they said, we will co-sponsor with you, but we're going to give you something even better. Their vice president came to Jamaica, and she went to the craft market, and she heard the craft people saying, look, we see the people come in their buses, and we want to sell them. Sometimes they don't have the cash, and we don't have a payment system, and them gone back with the money. And she went away and worked with MasterCard and came back. And MasterCard now is uploading craft vendors where they give, most craft vendors have 1 or 2 smartphones, but MasterCard, if you don't have one, MasterCard will give you one. MasterCard links with NCB and give them a payment portal. So now the tourists come, they want to buy a blouse, they want to buy perfume, they want to buy sauces to take back. The lady just take the MasterCard and Visa because they have the sharing arrangement, and she sells, she taps the card onto her smartphone, the money goes into her account at NCB, she doesn't have to risk up with the cash. You don't have to risk with the cash. You pay for it, and MasterCard is rolling this across the country. That's what digitization does. And vendors, if you're not uploaded to MasterCard, talk to the people who are putting on this show, smart and focus. Here's a big shift. Jamaica will not win or get rich by trying to out-manufacture giants like China or Mexico or the United States, but we can do it by dominating services. Why do I say that? Cayman doesn't even have a mango tree. I'm not sure, but maybe they do. I didn't see any when I went. Bermuda, they have a whole percent. And see, Forbes just published the recent highest per capita GDP in the world. Luxembourg leads it with 156,000 plus. Singapore was second. Qatar was in the middle at number 5, 118,000. The United States was 10th with 89,000. Guyana was 9th before the United States at 91,000. Bermuda, because it's not an independent country, wasn't listed there, but they have over 150,000 US dollars per capita. Remember, we are less than 7. So what Bermuda make? They make car, they don't make no car. Them don't have no oil. Them don't have no gold like Russia. They have a service business. 2 main services business. They have tourism and they have the financial services. We have tourism and first-class tourism, and we're building 6,000 more rooms this year. Yeah, clap tourism. Them were Ed worked like a slave. Never stop. And them laugh and them say him travel, but if him not travel, him can't get the business. And while Bermuda has financial services, Many of the people are from Jamaica who work in there, and the BVI, they are Jamaicans, and elsewhere Turks and Caicos Jamaicans. We have just changed the law and are changing the law, the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority, to make sure we provide the legal playing field to bring back those people, use our lawyers and accountants, sell expensive services like segregated accounts and partnerships for general and other kinds of partnerships. So to make sure that we have the services that rich people want, we're putting in financial services, and we are going to have to dominate in services. So that's where the big plus is. But you know what? People will always want craft. If they're rich and them can buy expensive services, they will buy expensive and wonderful craft. So we must make sure we have the kind of craft products that will encourage them and they would like to have it here. So this morning, as we launch this seminar and workshop and display, wonderful displays, I want to encourage all the people who work in craft, the ones who do the designs, the ones who produce. I mean that intricacy. I went to Montego Bay, the craft market in Montego Bay last week, and I saw a man crafting using lignum vitae. Lignum vitae is one of the hardest woods you can get. But when you craft it and polish it, it is exquisite. I mean, really, bronze and all them things can hardly come close to our lignum vitae. So I'm going to invite a lot more lignum vitae people to do the craft, to do images that people want to buy. Some of them you may have to get the intellectual property from the owners, but I'm going to take them and say, the minister said we must make craft, and you're going to make craft, and then call your thief them IPO. So please work out the arrangements. But we can do that. And there are other things. So this morning, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, all of us at the ministry, really are happy to put this on this seminar and show and workshop for you. And we want to see you really excel. And this minister really want to see you become prosperous by making good things of high quality, and that will make you great profits and will make you rich. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. I have to pause because that was such a rich presentation, so much that we can take away. For me, it was the potato pudding ingredients. He says of which he knows nothing, but he did good. When he said the nutmeg and the sugar, I said, yes, all the cinnamon to be added. But thank you so much, Minister. The Artisan Empowerment Hub, I anticipate that will be well received by the sector. Export ready, premium prices, quality, builders of industry, identity and heritage. Everybody wants a piece of Jamaica, no matter where you go. As a matter of fact, it's like our visa, our passport, no matter what country you're in. Immediately, once they sense that you're Jamaican, oh my gosh, from Usain Bolt to Bob Marley, but everybody wants a piece of authentic Jamaica. And so the Power Ministry, BSJ, TBL, JAMPRO, JIPO, JBDC, JANAC, TBL, anti-dumping, all the agencies are there to provide the support, to ensure quality, to ensure export accessibility, to ensure being able to get into the market and be able to make profit at the end of the day. And so, Minister, thank you so much for those words. I trust that they have been well received by our audience with us, as well as the 280 online. So we have to pause to say we do appreciate our online audience, and hope that they too have been benefiting from this conversation. And so we really would not be doing ourselves any favor this morning if we did not pause for a second after all this wonderful talking to, one, enjoy some coffee outside, two, network a little bit more. A lot of agencies are here, artisans are here, the minister is here, the PS is here, and minister always says PS has the money. But also, most importantly, I think take a moment to really appreciate the craft that we see. Personally, I see pieces that I want, but we know that this is not a market. I'm hoping I'll be able to go to a website and order my bag or my bag or my bag. But really, we will now, ladies and gentlemen, just pause for a moment, and I invite you to a coffee break and a networking session where we'll also be taking some photos. I told the photographer that I was going to pause, that you could get a nice photo of me, because I've just been talking. But I've enjoyed speaking, I've enjoyed engaging, I've enjoyed listening. And so now I really would want us to enjoy taking a tour, taking a moment, and then we will return. So ladies and gentlemen, I trust that you have been benefiting from the discussion so far. And somebody asked me at what time. Let me do a quick calculation. I request that we regroup for the panel discussion in the next 20 minutes. So that would make it 12 o'clock that we will be reconvening. 12:10? 12:10 that we will be reconvening after our coffee break and our opportunity to enjoy the craft which is on display. Thank you. Okay, the finalists, and they know who they are. Yeah, right. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. And that was a very important contribution by Hart. Thank you, Hart. And it was really remiss of me to not have indicated the persons that we have on the outside with information. I'm sure as the panel discussion flows, then further information can also be provided through that session. And so, a deliberate and fundamental aspect of craft and coffee is the provision of information on how to scale, grow, and export to international markets through what I know will be robust discussion. As such, we now move to introduce Mrs. Latoya Richards-Franklin, the Chief Technical Director at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, who will moderate the segment, and she will be joined by an esteemed panel of experts. Now, people, these are experts in the field. So do not hold your questions, do not hold your comments, throw them, get the information, engage, but I'm sure our moderator will take you through the process. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Latoya Richards-Franklin to the podium.
Thank you so much. Well, it's afternoon. We've been here for quite a while, and we appreciate you staying with us. At this point in time, we're going to go right into our panel discussions, and we know there are persons viewing online, so let me extend a warm welcome to all the persons joining us online, and of course, persons in the room. We have many persons represented, and thank you again for remaining with us. As you were told earlier, this event aims to encourage information sharing, networking, and showcasing of exceptional quality of our Jamaican craft. We are pleased to have you join us today as we explore the potential of Jamaica's craft industry and the opportunities for growth. This event is rooted in the National Craft Policy of Jamaica and serves as an event to bring together key industry stakeholders to tackle the critical issues and opportunities in the sector. Let us look to the Jamaican craft industry for success in a globally competitive environment by assessing opportunities for growth and how players in the industry can access new markets, understand the rules and regulations of the industry, and form necessary and sustainable partnerships. We are truly pleased to have a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights into the craft industry's current landscape and future projections about the state of the industry. Our panel includes representatives from the Jamaica Customs Agency, JAMPRO, the Trade Board Limited, JBDC Stings Jamaican, and the Bureau of Standards. Together, these agencies play pivotal roles in the development of the sector, providing invaluable support to our craft producers and artisans. Today's event will allow us to address some questions critical to the craft industry that will improve industry players' understanding of the challenges and opportunities in the craft sector, especially those related to exports, as well as to understand how we can improve compliance with regulations and create sustainable partnerships. It is our hope that the insights shared today will be used to strengthen the competitiveness of the Jamaican craft industry. Let us remember, going forward, that the success of what we do today and onward depends on collaboration among government agencies, private enterprises, and the creative minds and makeup of our artisan community. Through partnerships and capacity building, we can find new opportunities for Jamaican crafts to flourish locally and internationally. Thank you once again for being here to share this opportunity to strengthen the Jamaican craft industry, and as we expand its reach to other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelists, Ms. Tafara Smith from the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. She's Director, Standards Division. Welcome, Tafari. Also joining us, Mrs. Janine Fletcher-Taylor, Manager of Marketing, Services Division, JBDC. Ms. Malika Pottinger, Managing Director of it's Director of Exports of the Trade Board Limited. There's an error there. Mr. Ricardo Durant, Manager Non-Food and Extractive Exports, JAMPRO. And last but definitely not the least, Ms. Chandeline Davis, Senior Director, International and Industrial Liaison, Jamaica Customs Agency. All right, thank you so very much, panelists. We're all ready to go? Yes. All right, so I'm going to start with a general question that I'll ask every panelist to provide a response to in just under 20 seconds, because we have to manage, right? We want to know, why is the craft industry important from your organization's standpoint?
All right, thank you for your question, and good afternoon again, everyone. All right, from the Bureau of Standards perspective, the craft industry represents a very vital component of Jamaica's creative and cultural economy. And so we think for the success of that industry, which is so vital to economic development as well as sharing our culture, it is important that we support it by providing the necessary standards. Standards of safety of the product, standards for the quality of the product, making those products competitive and market ready for especially our international markets.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, first and foremost, more than 60% of our clients at JBDC are representing the gift and craft industry. Jamaica has a rich heritage and scope of persons. Almost every Jamaican has some form of creativity. So that's the first thing. And because JBDC is about business development, then the conversation is always around how to monetize and create businesses using the gifts and talents that we've been given. And of course, if that's the value proposition that Brand Jamaica has to offer to the world, we certainly believe we are equally and maybe even more competitive if we do the right steps to get into the global market. There is really nothing there that indicates to us that we aren't a competitive force to be reckoned with if we go into these markets.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is JAMPRO's mandate, which is to export our products and also attract investments. So this is right up my street because it gives me more products to sell. And I like what the lady said earlier about that art that was sold, auctioned in the US for $1 million. I need to know that channel because I want to get you that $1 million. So it's very important to be able to understand what is on offer and how we can sell it on your behalf, or how we can help you to sell it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I must say that this question is one that is quite interesting. And as Jamaicans, we are a creative bunch. And what I can say is the Trade Board Limited wants to support the creativity. While JBDC and JAMPRO develops the business aspect, what we do at the Trade Board is to help you to get the preferential benefits from your products to enter into the international market. And therefore, that is why we think that the art industry or the craft industry is one that is that it has the potential to be lucrative, as was aired before, but we think it is important because we want to preserve our culture, we're a creative set, and we share our journey, our history, our strong history through our arts. And that is why I think that is a market that is worth investing in.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Jamaica Customs Agency views the craft industry as vital to our economy. We understand that for the most part, the actors in this industry are micro economic partners and require all the support that they can get in facilitating trade, and especially in my job description or portfolio, in negotiating trade, international trade practices that will benefit our micro industries. So we see you as a very integral part of Jamaica's economy, and an integral contributor to our GDP, even as the minister spoke to that earlier. And with all the support that you can get, we believe that this industry will blossom and achieve the objectives which have been set for them.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. And I'm going to go right into the whole matter of exports. I'm glad that Mr. Durant made it very clear he wants to get your products out there for you to get more than that $1 million. So we are going to ask JAMPRO and JBDC to respond to this question. Now, in a recent survey that was done of Jamaican craft producers, more than 98% of respondents are interested in export markets. And just under 30% of respondents are currently exporting their products. Now, based on your agency's mandate, what kind of support or export promotion programs can you provide to Jamaican craft producers or artisans to support their ambitions?
Okay, I can go first. So we currently have a program that's running right now, which is our linkages and also our export program. The linkages has to do with the local economy and finding ways to get more and more into the hotels. We know that's essentially that's an export because you have visitors coming to Jamaica, they buy products and they go back. So that's an opportunity for us. And we had about 3 linkages events last year. And so what I need to know is I always put in front of the coordinator for that program companies that can do well in that market. And then there is our export promotion program where we either have an inward mission, that is we bring buyers into Jamaica to look at products and they decide if they buy or not. Currently, we are working with Expo Jamaica, which is April 3 to 6 next month. And roughly we have about 600 buyers, local and international, that will be converging on the national arena during the buyer days to look at products that Jamaicans make. And I know there are some craft producers who will be there. Sunday coming, we'll be taking a number of our manufacturers to 3 countries in the Caribbean. And this is Barbados, Antigua, Barbuda.
Can I ask that we pause for a moment and have him repeat what he just said? Please repeat, sir.
Okay, which part of it?
No, right. The fact that you're taking persons to the 3.
Yes,
right.
so Sunday coming, we are going to 3 countries in the Caribbean. That is Barbados, which seems to be an open economy for craft producers. Then there's Grenada, and there's Antigua, Barbuda. And at least one of those companies is a craft producer. You know the company, but I won't say the name. And we want to make this more and more, we want to put it out there more and more so that you know that you can participate next time. In about September, we're planning to go to the Bahamas, US Virgin Islands, Turks and Caicos Islands, and the Cayman Islands. Those are huge markets for craft because, guess what? They attract a lot of tourists. And so those are some of the playbooks that we have that we use to get your product into market. And of course, I'm going to talk to my friend over there, my new best friend, so that I can understand the art part of it, how they get into the museums and that sort of thing. So awesome. I just want to look at that too, as I get a chance.
Thank you so very much, JBDC.
Well, when you talk about an export journey, one of the first issues you're going to encounter when you start to export is your business structure. The structure of the business around the product is critical to supporting your entry into export markets. The minute you start talking to a prospective buyer, they rarely place emphasis on the product immediately because they would have seen it already. And so the JBDC's role in the export, the production and the preparation of clients is a tripartite effort. There is business development support and financial literacy. There is technical support through our designers and engineers that focuses on the product and production and even the supply chain, which is also a critical barrier to export. And of course, our marketing support and market access, or what we call an initial footprint of what your market access journey will be like through our Things Jamaican brand and stores and the marketing channels that we use to support the clients. As part of JBDC's thrust to support the clients in accessing the opportunities, we network with a lot of key partners because market is is very versed in different areas. And when we talk about gift and craft, one of the things I'm really glad we are starting off the conversation with is that the marketing and market access of gift and craft is quite peculiar. You have markets that are valued at 100 US, 10 US per item to millions and millions of dollars. And the differentiating factor is not necessarily what we would think as the technical aspects in the product, but the design quotient, the high value being offered to the market, and how essentially the market perceives you. So a lot of what we do for marketing support looks at that story, positioning you for the right market opportunity and giving you access to the channels and persons who have access to the channels to ensure that you're a part of the conversation. So JBDC is like your anchor, your go-to. And we also direct you to the other agencies, whether it is in MIIC or externally, that could support that journey.
Thank you so much. So what we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, is where the government already has programs in place to support exports of your products. So Jamper spoke about their linkages program and their export promotion program, and they're taking people overseas, introducing you to new markets in person. That's awesome. And JBDC, they take you and they give you the technical support, the business development support, the networking and the market access support that you need for you to operate as well as effectively as possible. But I want us to understand that there is a big world out there. There are things such as trade agreements that often provide some level of access as well. And so you have to understand how those agreements help your business and what you need to do to make sure that you are compliant. Right? So we're going to ask the Trade Board and the Jamaica Customs Agency to answer 2 questions. I'll start with the first one, and I'll ask Jamaica Customs Agency to answer, and then the Trade Board Limited. And that question is, are there any trade agreements that may impact the craft sector, including specific provisions or protections for craft products?
All right, so unique to the craft industry is that your goods cover a wide range. And so we are party to several trade agreements and several free trade agreements, all of which have provisions for the cross-section of goods that you may produce. For example, you may produce statuettes or ornaments made of wood. There's always a provision in the rules of origin that or a criteria for you to meet in order to satisfy and be granted preferential market access. So for instance, as you may or may not be aware, we are a part of a customs union under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas that provides for substantially all free trade once you meet that criteria. Within that context, for that item that I just referred to, your rule would have to be a regional rule, meaning that the wood would have to come from the Caribbean. But likewise with the CARIFORM, EU and UK economic partnership agreements, they have a more flexible rule so that your input can come from anywhere as long as it's not in the same tariff heading, which is very technical language, I know. But just to paint you a picture of what there is. So whether it is, I walked around, I looked at the handbags, I looked at the jewelry, and they conform to the description of cultural goods based on how they are categorized. And so there are provisions across all our agreements, and as you may not be aware, we are party to agreements with Cuba, Costa Rica, Venezuela, Colombia. We are parties to agreements, as I said, with the UK, with the European Union, the Dominican Republic, and I know that Malika will catch me up with all the agreements as the Trade Board also administers these agreements. Key, however, is that within the agreements there is not any kind of special categorization for craft items. However, the CARICOM Secretariat has worked on a regional policy on the creative industries to include craft goods. It is still an ongoing work, but the extent of the work is quite wide, and the hope is for free circulation of your goods, whether it's for exhibition, whether it is for home use, where it's going to be imported, reduced technical barriers to trade for the movement of your work into the Caribbean, well, within the CARICOM member states, and to have a regional registry of cultural goods producers, so that within countries are immediately aware that Chandelier Davis produces jewelry of Caribbean origin, and the special provisions are made for your goods. The work is ongoing, but it is moving. It is not stagnant. So that is good news for the sector.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Ms. Pottinger?
Yes, well, Chandelier basically covered everything, I must say that. But just to give you or to pitch it from the trade board standpoint, yes, we do mandate 9 trade agreements. We have bilateral agreements with Spanish-speaking country. Of course, Chandelier alluded to those: Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, we have Cuba, we have Venezuela, and we have Colombia. Separate and apart from the Spanish-speaking countries, we have the Caribbean Basin Initiative, which is with the US. We have CaribCan, which is with Canada. And we have the GSPs, which is Generalized Preferential Systems. Those are some European countries, right? So what the trade board, and let me pitch it from this aspect, is what the trade board wants to encourage persons to do is to reach out to us. Let us analyze your products. We know that the technicalities are there. We know the barriers to trade seem like it's a mountain to climb over, but trust and believe that we can guide you through the steps to overcome those barriers, right? With our trade agreements, we ask persons to complete the product analysis forms. We assess and measure against the different trade agreements that we have, and then we can tell you whether or not you can access duty-free, whether or not you can have reduced tariffs, or whether we can fast-track your cross-border trades as it relates to customs clearance, right? Separate and apart from those technicalities in really getting the products approved, what I can touch on is that the impact of the different trade agreements, they allow for intellectual property coverage. That means that you can touch JIPRO so that you can allow your product becomes you, and to brand your product as a Jamaican identity, capitalize on brand Jamaica. Separate and apart from that, we have CARICOM Single Market Economy, that allows for free flow of trade, which is what I was speaking to earlier, and that is within Articles 78 to 88 that protects you with the rules of origin, that allows you those trade barriers and those lesser expenses to get your goods across borders. And the last thing that I'm going to touch on is that our CSME, it allows for fair trade. So you will not have countries like the Chinese, like China, that likes to import certain products and then it can be branded as craft. There are stipulations, there are guidelines that protect our artisans, or Caribbean artisans, or Jamaican artisans, to allow your products to be identified as wholly produced products from Jamaica. And we at the Trade Board Limited can give you that certificate to brand that item.
Thank you so much. Quite a mouthful, a lot to process. Some areas a bit technical, but guess what? Trade Board has said it. We can help you, right? So if you have any questions specific to the trade agreements and how you navigate, Trade Board can help you. And later down, I'll ask Ms. Pottinger to speak about specific tools that can be used. So you can actually start today to navigate. So you don't have to wait until you're able to contact Trade Board by telephone. But just want to ask as a follow-up question, as it pertains to, so aside from the trade agreements, are there other opportunities that exist for craft persons to access new markets, and how can they capitalize on these opportunities? Ms. Pottinger.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy that I'm going first for this one, because I want to provide that ease with the technical information that I just provided and create something a little bit more digital and more user-friendly for artisans, right? So separate and apart from Trade Board's technicality, we have launched 2 digital solutions that they're advantageous to you. You can use them anywhere. First of all, our Export Academy, which we recently launched in February, that was the 25th of February, and that is a gateway, well, that is an educational tool, a digital platform where you can sign up, you'll do a test on your export knowledge, you will select your product, and what it does is create a tailored path as to where you go in terms of the different agencies, whether or not you go to the Trade Board, whether or not you go to JBDC, whether or not you go to JAMPRO, and it does highlight the route to where you are supposed to go until you get to Jamaica Customs, where you're actually supposed to export, right? So You don't have to visit every agency nowadays to find out what it is you need. The Export Academy creates that tailored learning path for you. I did it before coming here, which is why I am a newbie, and I was able to tell you where exactly you need to go as an artisan to get your different approvals or which agencies you need to visit. Separate and apart from the academic aspect of getting you export ready, we have our Export Jamaica, and that is our Gateway Intelligence Market Access Tool. If you are somebody that's already versed with export and you're familiar with your HS codes, what you can do is plug that HS code into the Export Jamaica system, and it can list out some countries that are the key buyers of artisan products. I did it before I came here. And the code that we can use for wooden craft is 4420. When I put that in, it populated that the US, the Germany are the top buyers for Jamaican products. And it matched back to our masters of ceremony saying that the US actually imported from Jamaica $246 million US, and that is accurate. And our Export Jamaica platform actually gives that data, and it is pulled from reputable sources, in particular country that is reputable globally. So before you leave here, I can assist you with signing up. I have Mr. Akeem Lewis Thomas with me to the back that can assist you in signing up, and we just want you to have a feel of what these platforms can do to assist you in navigating the export market, the export landscape, and to become ready. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, give her a round of applause. That's real good. That's development right there. That's us going digital and making things more accessible to everyone. I don't know, Ms. Davis, do you want to take a go at this? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I should have clarified, with respect to the CARIFORUM agreements, you'd have to speak to Jamaica Customs for details on that. Yes, we have divided the work among ourselves. So Jamaica and everything Jamaica is a brand in and of itself. And so that's what I've found in my experience is that there is a hunger and a thirsting for all things Jamaican. And so even as we look at market access, I would encourage our producers to strengthen our ties with our traditional markets with respect to, as I thought about it, while we have things Jamaica, but a strong, well, no, just to say a collective or a cooperative that can come together with these items to ensure that we can consistently meet market demand. Part of my role is industry expansion. So I work heavily with the private sector. And some of what we've found with our buyers is that we have not been consistent in our production. So we're able to produce 200 items, because it may not be fine works of art like the $1 million painting, but it may be souvenirs, and they would want 200 pieces every week. But the one producer can't do that. So while I know the initiative with Things Jamaica is to become that face for the supply, it may just need to be strengthened and to pull in as many producers as possible so we maintain our market niche. Because Jamaica has a name also, and not only to maintain the supply, but you said it, someone said it earlier, quality. In doing a market assessment of the Canadian market, we found that for Canada, quality is key. And if we don't maintain the quality, we will lose the market niche. Many times we want to compete with a China or a larger producer, but what we need to take value from is our name, Jamaica, and establish niche markets. Earlier we alluded to coffee in Japan. After spending some time in South Korea, I've been advocating the ministry to get into South Korea. They drink coffee. There's a coffee shop beside a coffee shop beside a coffee shop beside a coffee shop, and a lot of their coffee comes from Africa, particularly Tanzania. But then we have, when I spoke about Jamaican Blue Mountain, someone volunteered to say that's an expensive brand. That's a luxury brand of coffee. And she had to get it from her son in the United States to get it to her in South Korea. So there are new markets. And when I arrived in South Korea and introduced myself, somebody burst out with, "Don't worry about a thing. Usain Bolt to the world. Everybody knew about us. And so I would encourage us and Jampro to start to explore many of those markets where there is an appetite for us, and to ensure that our products are distinctly indigenous, because there are many like products with souvenirs. There's a lot of keychains, and so, but it must be significantly indigenous and be able to be distinguished from other countries of similar culture doing similar work. So I know you didn't expect this advice from customs, but just to say that it is very important if we are going to get the access and retain the access, and what we can focus on is not necessarily quantity of poor quality goods, but rather high quality goods, good wood, good presentation, and establish ourselves, and so we can get the prices that our commodities we would want to get, and that I believe that our artists can attract. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I like the fact that you've highlighted the need for us to look at the new markets. And I must give you the assurance that the ministry actually has started that work through our consultant that has been doing real good. She's the reason why we're able to kick off these kinds of events, because she has such depth of knowledge, and Jeanette works very well as well. So we've started researching a few markets, and we will be able to, ensure that everybody's aware of what the research is showing very soon. I like that you touch on quality.
Yes.
Because quality, as you say, is key. You have to set the standard. You have to put yourself out there and demonstrate excellence. And so I'm going to turn to the Bureau of Standards Jamaica and ask 3 quick questions that I know we all want to get responses on. The first is, what are the key regulations and standards that craft persons need to comply with when exporting?
All right, thank you. All right, so let's just take it a step back. The fact that Ms. Davis did mention consistency, quality, and most importantly, making your product market ready or meeting market access requirements. That's where standards come in. And it shouldn't come in at the end of your process, but at the start of the process. So we encourage you to consult the standards as soon as you have conceptualized your product idea. Go ahead, identify the standard that relates to your product, and find out what are the market access requirements, including standard requirement, compliance requirements regarding laws and regulations that you must meet with your product, and identify those standards and incorporate them in your product development step. All right, so the importance of standards. All right, so some standards that craft market must comply with include those for packaging your product and labeling your product. 2 standards that I can make reference to right away is JS 345, 350, and 349. What are those? That's Jamaica Standard Specification for labeling of goods, specific requirements for pre-packaged goods, as well as JS 349, Jamaican Standard Specification for the labeling of goods, general requirements. Most of these markets require you to label your product. If it's even a sticker label, they require that you label your product, and this is a general market access requirement for most, if not all, products. Some countries do recognize and prefer persons that incorporate sustainable practices in your product development. We do have sustainable standards, and trust me, this gives you an edge. Especially, we have seen these work in areas where they get funding, additional funding. So you might create a small product with a small quantity, and you have an international supplier who likes your product and would like to invest in your product. And when you mention sustainable practices, that grabs their attention. So look at those sustainable standards that relates to your product. And we do encourage you to, exercise good environmental practices during production. Also, there are some product-specific regulation, and like Ms. Davis make reference to, that the craft industry is wide and varied. So it will depend on the type of product that you're creating. There are specific regulations for specific product. We encourage you to reach out to the Bureau of Standards. We do have a market access inquiry point where we contact these different market inquiry points for you to find out what is the specific requirement for your specific product. They do respond in a timely manner, and we get that information for you and share it with you. All right, as well as we do work with intellectual property organizations, especially those in the region. And we encourage you to read those requirements for intellectual property protection. We know we have Jamaican IPO. And you read the regulation, understand the standards. We have the client services program at the Bureau of Standards, which is very free. And what we do is provide advisory services for you to help you to interpret the requirements, and you get free consultancy in terms of, guiding you as to how can you implement this requirement, how can you meet these requirements. And again, client services program at the Bureau of Standards, we have the inquiry point. We also have our technical information center, which is, some persons call it the library of the Bureau. That's where you go and find and you access standards for free. Otherwise, you'd have to purchase them. You can purchase them online, or you can come to the Bureau and purchase these standards. But if it is that you'd like to access the standards for your product for free, you can visit the Bureau of Standards at 6 Winchester Road, Kingston 10, and access the information free of cost.
Thank you so much. And let me tell you, one of my questions would have asked Ms. Tafara to tell us how we can access information, but she actually has answered. Because she has said there's a market inquiry point, client services program. I understand it's very, very good and effective. So we need to reach out and get some help where that is concerned. And then there's a technical information center. With that said, let me just ask, maybe we just one down to two questions then. The second one would be, how can craft persons ensure that their craft products meet the required standards and regulations? I know you said identify the standards early.
Right.
Keep that in mind. You need to know the standards early. So, over to you.
All right. So after identifying your standards early and incorporate these in your product development activities, then you also want to look at how can you give your product an edge. How can it become a little bit more competitive, stand out, unique. And what we encourage you to do is to get the necessary certification, if possible. Certification give your clients a level of trust in your product. This is the certification marks, and these are offered through the National Certification Body of Jamaica, NCBJ, which is a subsidiary of the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. We're on the same campus. We have a certification mark called the Jamaican Made Mark. And believe me, when you put these things, the little flag that is the logo for the Jamaica Made Mark, and there's another embellishment that we use, there are persons out there that do recognize these marks, and there are persons that want authentic Jamaican product. For you to get that, it's the certification or the audit process. Look at how well you document your system, how well you conform to good manufacturing practice. That's also another important thing for you to practice. Look out for those good manufacturing practice. There's a standard by the Bureau of Standards as well that you can go and look at and make yourself familiar with and implement as much of those requirements as possible, because this is your first step to certification, right? And so the certification mark program, Jamaica Made Mark program, especially for authentic Jamaican products, it gives this sense of confidence, really, to your supply, especially your international supply. They're saying, oh, this is a certified product. I can trust this product. You're certified by the Bureau of Standards of your country. And the Bureau of Standards Jamaica is recognized internationally as well as one of the leading standard setting body in the Caribbean. We go to our Caribbean neighbors to help them to bring up their level of standards. So you can trust our services. So we encourage you to get certified. We also have the training center, which is the industrial training unit of the Bureau of Standards, also called the Quality Institute of the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. And we provide training. So you get the free service where you're exposed, but you want persons in your organization to also be certified and competent to implement and work with your product, ensuring quality along the line, the value chain, right? And so you send them for training. This one is not free. It comes at a small cost, very small, right? And you train your persons, and this also helps with certification, especially where international companies require you to be certified. They'll come and inspect your facility, and it's always good to see that the company invests in their persons, their workers, to become competent in what they're doing. So,
thank you so much, Ms. Davis. Yes.
Thank you. Just to add that knowing the requirements beforehand goes a long way in ensuring that your product crosses the border seamlessly.
yes.
So while you may have a certificate of origin, there are other requirements, standards and regulations that are to be met that if they are not met can be an impediment to you accessing that market, even getting beyond the border.
Yeah.
So just to add that note to what Tafara has raised.
Quality is key, so keep that in mind. I'm going to shift gears a bit and ask for some more buyer-specific responses. I know things Jamaican, they know who is doing what and the kinds of products that are out there. So I'd like to ask, based on the current market trends, are there any specific craft products or categories that are on high demand?
Okay, I just wanted to add one thing regarding the standards before I get into that.
Sure.
And that is the selection and use of certain raw materials. Because it's the raw materials that are the triggers for those standards and crossing the border. So for example, for wooden type products or products with a wood, any sort of input from wood has to go to phytosanitary certification and be treated for pests. So it is really the raw material that attracts the standard. And so as I get into the trend, which is the utilization of non-traditional raw materials, recycling raw materials, this is high on the ecosystem agenda, using materials that are not harmful to the environment or production processes that are not harmful. Certainly handmade has a very high value and function. When we think about the fashion and apparel industry, when you look at accessories in particular, this is a key market access area for craft producers. We're talking about earrings, jewelry, belts, shoes, slippers, etc., handbags, and I heard a handbag fetish earlier. Just look at the lifestyle trends in terms of how people are using these items and the fact that the consumers are becoming more environmentally conscious. So they want to know where the source of this raw material is, which animal did you harm or not harm. And so the use of non-traditional raw materials, recyclable materials that are now seeking to protect or regenerate things that we would dump, plastics and so on. How can we regenerate through the merging of science, technology, and design? And so it is more along that stretch where we talk about sustainable development. What they are going to challenge you on is how does your production and your production processes and the use of raw material affect the future generations? That's a key high-value market, especially in Europe and the more discerning, environmentally conscious countries. European countries are very protective of their environment, and so they use their trade laws to bring barriers to products that may harm their environment. So that is a key component. The next trend is the story. And what I can tell you as a practitioner with JBDC for 20 years, Jamaican producers, they make products from nothing. The types of equipment that they're using are not the types of equipment their international counterparts and competitors are using. So what is rich in it is not so much that there's jewelry everywhere, necklaces everywhere, bags everywhere, but there's usually this strong component of the Jamaican story. The generational traditions that evolved that make these products have meaning. And I find that majority of our craft producers do not take advantage of packaging, because it is in packaging the actual art or the product that you get to tell that story. If we are just creating the product and not thinking about moving the product across the border and utilizing the packaging to tell the story and using digital marketing to communicate what is interesting, that's your unique value proposition right there. That's where Think Jamaican has identified the richness of our clients, and that's why we created the brand True Stories, because we felt that it's not just a product anymore. When you go into the field and you see this gentleman climbing this workshop using the motor of a washing machine, which is not the right machine, but you would never know based on the finish of the product. I really don't think we have a quality issue. We certainly have a consistency issue, and perhaps the type of products and markets. We should not try to communicate repeated or repetitive production of products. A lot of them are one-of-a-kind pieces, but they need to be packaged and presented and supported and accessing the markets that understand what a one-of-a-kind piece means. Certainly from our e-commerce standpoint, we get a lot of queries online. Descriptions, they're very keen on descriptions. They're very keen on types of dyes, types of colors. Very keen on size. And when you put a picture on the site, you have to clearly state, this might be the only one you see. Because when you start mixing colors and so on, we may never get two products that are equally the same. However, there's value in that. There's value in handmade. And so when you talk about market opportunities, I would love for the conversation around craft, even the name, to move to artisanal, handmade, because that's what the market converses around. That's what they pay millions and millions of dollars for. And when they understand that the journey of the product took on this trajectory and the impact it's having on community development and the social responsibility and all these things, they are valuable, and consumers are now willing to pay for that. They are not interested in knockoffs, and if you try to compete in that market, you're a small, tiny island, you don't have the resources or supply chain to support that. So I think JBDC's voice in the room is to come down to the realities now of what it means to have a business in the gift and craft sector. You have to talk about your supply chain. How regular are you going to get this supply chain? Is this supplier one that is viewed by the consumer as a sustainable supplier that is doing best practices? They will question you about where you get your supplies from. They will question you about how did you construct your product. So the storytelling is how you get to communicate that, and that is what is influencing the buying decision around spending $1 million on a product.
That's an eye-opener. Give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. I tell you, each time we have these sessions, I learn so much more about the craft industry. It's just so dynamic, and there's just so much potential right there. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask the JAMPRO and Think Jamaican to respond to this question. How can craft persons build strong relationships with buyers? What are the benefits of these relationships? JAMPRO.
Okay, thank you very much. So, we have a proverb in Jamaica which says, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, right? And it's simple. If you extend that metaphor, what we're talking about, a customer in the hand is worth two out there that you're not currently dealing with. And so one of the things that you really need to do, if you have repeat product, that is, you may have key rings or whatever the craft item is, you really need, and you have this particular buyer, you want to be in touch, constantly in touch with your buyer. In fact, you should go and visit him or her, right? Find out who is buying the product. So one, you're getting market intelligence. Two, you know what other products the persons are asking for. So you have an idea of what to create. And guess what? The person who owns that store will love you because he's going to ask you, so What about discounts? What about this? What about that? And he knows that you're supporting his business so that he will make more money. He doesn't have to worry about you. He will just you can now just, without even getting an order, you can just write your order and give him the product and say, hey, I have this new product, I have these products, take them. And he will, because he knows that he's getting the support. So it's very, very important that you keep in touch with your current buyer, whether it's retailer, wholesaler. You must be able to control the entire value chain, depending on how you're selling. It might be direct to a retailer, it may be through a distributor. Very, very important. And then also there's the whole part about innovation. Every now and then you want to put in some innovative product or something innovative. It could be an innovative payment arrangement, something that will enhance the buyer's feeling about you. And one of the things that you must always understand is that people like to do business with people who they like and trust. Very, very important. And you need to develop that relationship as you go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I would like to add another spin to it as well. In terms of your team, majority of craft entities have a artisan or a designer, which may not lend their personality to be marketers and sales reps. Build a team around you. They don't have to be employees, but they can be built through strong networking activities. Go to the arts events, local and international, observe the movement and the culture of that market that you're trying to get into, and understand how the conversation takes place. I find that we have not really been exploring other market access strategies like doing exhibitions overseas, for example, to get your brand, your artisan mark out there for the person with that appetite for your skill to connect with. Look at the marketplaces. There are several in Paris and Europe and US that are key. New York Gift and Craft Show. Just walk the show. And you find that the buyers that are at those events are very willing to have a conversation with you. Start by inquiring of them what they are looking for. Oftentimes what they will see is a product that intrigues them, but based on their stores or whoever they're selling to, they would want you to do modifications. Ensure that you have legal support around you to protect your intellectual property. Some of those conversations can be very loose. If someone decides that they want you to modify your product to customize, that's high value. There must be a fee to that. There must be some clear instruction from the buyer indicating what they're looking for, what features they're looking for, and then you create your samples and you follow that lead. Because I very rarely see people just buy in that way, in a sustainable way. What they're really interested in is what you can do as an artisan. How many types of products can you make? Can I design something and ask you to make it? Can I explain to you what my buyers are looking for and you interpret that and create a product for it? So you have to really decide who in your team is that person, who has that personality to go and network and have these conversations. Put aside some travel money, you have to go there. You cannot be trying to sell to a buyer in a country that you have no idea how they operate. It's not the way Jamaica operates. And their taste and preferences are maybe in Jamaica is their hardest market, you know. The Jamaican audience is probably your hardest market because they are more critical. They know the traditions behind this thing. But the international buyer is already sold once they understand what you have put in it. So that's what I would say, networks and events.
Thank you. We heard it. Keep in touch with your buyers, explore other market access such as exhibitions, build a team around you, innovate, and seek legal support. I think we have benefited greatly from the discussions today. I'm getting the wrap-up signal, so I have to stop here. I know a few persons may have some questions. I don't know, am I allowed to take the questions? Yes? Okay, all right. So we probably can take two. Are there questions online as well? No, one second. This lady here had actually signaled before.
Afternoon, everyone. I would like to say it's my extreme pleasure to be here today. I would like to throw it out there. We need a source of packaging, material to wrap fragile items. I would like to throw it out there. Somebody come up with something that is environmentally friendly, because since the plastic ban, we have had to stop using certain products that we used to buy that was made locally. The foam, no, the styrofoam, the sheeting, we used to buy it from a mattress manufacturer. They used to make it for us, and we don't use it because of our conscience anymore. But we are now going back to buying bubble wrap from abroad, because that company who used to supply us doesn't make it anymore because of the ban. We need something that's environmentally friendly to pack our export goods in. I'm leaving it out there.
Thank you so much. We'll take the questions, and then the panelists will offer some remarks. Sorry, sir. Are you a lady here? Okay, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you so very much for what you have been doing so far as, agencies of the government. My question is, after the artisans have met all the requirements in terms of, necessity for export and things like that, do we have anything that's in place whereby, as a country, as a government, we actually, let them say, you put your money where your mouth is? We have put aside, let's say, for instance, for talking sake, $1 billion, whereby we're going to put that money invest that into the artists themselves. Let's say we have 2,000 artisans, right? So that would work out to about $500,000 per person. And as the minister alluded to earlier, somebody get 200,000 jump for joy. They get 400,000, like, yeah. What do we have in place, if we have, whereby the government put the money where the mouth is, and they actually invest in each person by virtue of purchasing goods from that person, and they get a lump sum money one time that we would call can kickstart their business, so that they can move forward, because capital is so critical as we talk about that. That's my question. Do we have that?
Thank you so much. The last question, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lacey Ann Bartley from Bartley's All in Wood. Good afternoon to our esteemed panelists and other artisans here. I'm going to try and be as quick as possible. As a handmade artisan or managing director of an artisanal company, one of the things I notice when I look at my international counterparts is the use of international certification. Not just ISOs, but I'm talking those that pander to more the lifestyle, fair trade, green certifications. A small company like myself or my artisanal counterparts cannot afford it, but I do believe the government or the Jamaica Business Development Corporation can spearhead something like that. So my question is, what is being done about international fair trade and green and other lifestyle certifications? And the other thing, what is being done about government purchasing regarding purchasing artisanal goods, for example, going on missions, meeting with other heads of state, government events, rather than using imported items. I do think it would be advantageous to buy from local manufacturers and artisans, and what can be done about that.
Thank you so much for those questions. I'll open to the panelists to respond, and I'll also offer some responses.
I just want to touch on the financing and how artisans can position themselves to gain access to funding, whether it be grant or equity or loan. Maintain records, financial records. In fact, some of the basic grants that are out there, startup grants and so on, one of the first things they're going to seek to look at is how valuable of an investment you are, and it demonstrates that in your financials. It also demonstrates that in order to give you money, you have best business practices in your businesses to manage the funds once you get it. It is a tedious task. I don't believe it's necessary for all persons to do that. You have a lot of service providers out there now offering low-end cost to develop your records. Or there's QuickBooks. What you want to do when you're getting funding is to demonstrate that you're a good funding business, whether it is to attract grants, to access grants, to write proposals for projects. And this particular industry attracts a lot of grant funding. You're also going to need support in writing proposals to access these funding. But first and foremost, best business practices are going to be key to accessing these funds. It's not so easy to just issue funding, but it is in fact a good development strategy. But on your part, you would need to demonstrate that you are doing best practices in your businesses.
All right, just to touch on that question about being packaging. Not seeing her. Right, so for different packaging to replace the plastic packaging that you'd normally use. I know that there was an initiative through the bamboo, is it a committee? Is it Bamboo Association of Jamaica? Well, I can't speak to the 20 years, but I can speak to what I am familiar with happening now, the Bamboo Association of Jamaica. So there are certain initiatives to make organic products from bamboo, like bamboo cloth, different items. So we can look at what alternatives might be available, okay, through that committee to replace that as well. Is it possible to use treated shredded coconut husk? Is that a possibility at all? Well, I know that. Or hemp. All right, so those are available. But we are saying what is available. So what is the challenge? Is it that you can't? Is it that you do not have access? What is here? Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. As well as the person that spoke about certification, and a colleague here spoke about implementing good best practices. It's a good start. So while there might not be a lifestyle certification available locally right away, implementing good manufacturing practice is a first step to any certification. And if you can implement GMPs, get your facilities certified and put this out there, it is a good marketing platform for your products, even if it's not lifestyle related. You can also make those additional claims. So you probably want to go for the Jamaica Made Mark program that I spoke of earlier. That is the certification product, and you can make those additional claims and get them verified that I'm using organic material, my practices are sustainable, so forth. And there are standards that you can use to support your activities as well. Right.
So that's the market exposure that I'm looking for through international certification. And also it comes with a lot of PR, newsletters, international media coverage is where I'm going. So yes, we are doing business, but we want to use business as a force for good. So we have to do the good, but we also need the money behind it.
I think I'd like to point out that one of the implementation items in the craft policy speaks to a national certification mark, and it covers some of those conversations. What I can point out that these free trade marks and so on, they're heavily regulated and very, very expensive. So the suggestion around clustering and branding. So you may want to collaborate and come up with one singular brand and go after the certification under one unified brand with several entities involved. And that's my suggestion in the short term.
Thank you. I know there are other questions, but we really have to wrap up. And I just want to make an intervention. I know the gentleman asked about procurement in terms of what the government can do where that is concerned. There is, in fact, the public procurement set-aside order of 2019 that is in place that stipulates that 20% of the government's procurement budget should be set aside for micro and small enterprises. The items that are specified in the order include the printing to include images on fabric, banners, posters, or other medium. It says here the manufacture or assembly of furniture for schools or offices, the manufacture or assembly of uniforms for public officers and students, the manufacture or assembly of drapery and related accessories made in Jamaica, the manufacture or assembly of automotive products, and the manufacture or supply of the national flag and national emblems. So I'd encourage us to keep your eyes open to opportunities as they're advertised. We do work with other MDAs to encourage them to look out for how they can develop their procurement documents or whatever it is, their tender documents to better be more attractive or appealing for small businesses to seek to take advantage of those opportunities. There is much more that we can do. We want to see more micro and small businesses participating. We know there are some limitations, but a number of our micro and small businesses are actually accessing government procurement, and the provisions are here in law to allow for that to take place. So we are working to improve. We want to see more happening, but we are already started, and we will be doing much more. Let me just thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and extend my great, great appreciation to our panelists who have done exceptionally well today. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so very much. Real well done. Excellent information shared today. We have we're going to speak to Trade Board later, right? Because we want to know to access the different platforms. John Pro, let's find out if we can go with them on those trips. JBDC is here for you, business support, technical support. BSJ is here to support you in terms of your standards and understanding packaging and all of the works. And of course, you have Jamaica Customs Agency. They discover Chandelier is everywhere with us. And we'll adopt Jamaica Customs Agency today. All of the other persons here are bona fide agencies of the ministry. And we'll adopt Chandelier today, although she's from the Jamaica Customs Agency. Thank you so much again, everyone. And you're coming up? Okay. I'll just like to extend, just to show our appreciation to our panels. Just a small token, and I'm sure it's all Jamaican-made stuff. Yes. Thank you so much. Turn the back. Sorry. Put on the all right, good. Thank you so much. that we need to do a quick group photo. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you come back, please? Yes. And then I'll hand over back to our Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was more than a wealth of information. Oh, understand. Okay, let's move it back to the side. You can move it back. Right here is fine. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, but I think they deserve a round of applause. And to wrap up the information component of today, I want to bring your attention to the booths on the outside and the pamphlets that are there. So the Edna Manley, there's a pamphlet. I'm hoping we all have picked one up. Heart NSTA, there's a pamphlet. Please ensure that you grab one. Craft Exporter Checklist. Please do not miss the ministry's checklist. The Trade Board. Jamaica Trade Information Portal. Unlock Global Opportunities with Experts Jamaica, and I'm sure you'll all be registering with the assistance of the Trade Board team. And JBDC, Grow Your Business. So a bit of paper, but all with very critical information. So thank you so very much to the CTD for having moderated that wonderful panel filled with such information, priceless information. And I do believe we are at the point in the program, what I call the piece de resistance. The pièce de resistance. So, all right, thank you. And as such, I invite Miss Liana Blake to assist in leading us through the Product Quality Award Ceremony 2025. And I must say, there are 5 categories being awarded today. And mention was made earlier that the 5 categories were determined based on research, based on the markets, and I see people sitting at the edge of the seat right now, based on the market, based on research to determine the 5 categories, and within each category, today, 3 persons will be awarded. There'll be a 3rd place, a 2nd place, and a 1st place winner. However, all entrants will be receiving a certificate of participation. So I will just await my colleagues from the ministry to join me. And personally, I want to take home all of this because all the pieces are quite incredible. So congratulations to all the entrants, congratulations to the winners, And congratulations to the industry for showcasing the best that there is. So I'm going to be inviting the Chief Technical Director to join me to hand out the prize for Best Souvenir Product. Before we hand out the Best Souvenir Product, we will be issuing the certificate of participation to all the entrants. And we are going to invite Ambassador Alicock to hand out the certificates. Ambassador?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Ambassador? We're going to award certificates of participation to all our shortlisted entrants in the competition. I'm going to ask as soon as I call your name, you come forward and receive your certificate from Ambassador Alcock. Please pause for the cameras as well. This might be your moment in time. All right? Revive. Okay, Touched by VLS. I'm reminded that I should call the category. These certificates are for the Best Interior Product category. So Woodcats International, Best Interior Product category. Leonia McCoy, Best Interior Product category. Again, Best Interior Product category, Robert Maxwell Campbell. And finally, for the Best Interior Product category, CJ Arts Games. Okay, we move on to the Best Fashion and Textile Product category, Callio and Company Designs. Do we have a rep here? Callio and Company Designs? No, she's not able to attend. Best Fashion and Textile Product Coda, Valentine McLean. All right, again, Best Fashion and Textile Product category, Judith Gale. Coffee. Nice. Yes. And Best Fashion and Textile Product, Jan's Accents. How are you going, Dustin? Finally, for the Best Fashion and Textile Product category, Modify Creations. We move on to the best jewelry product category. And first up is 44 Miles. Again, for the best jewelry product category, we'll hold the certificate for Trisha Handmade. She wasn't able to make it. Best jewelry product category, Revive. Come on back. Shortlisted again in our best jewelry product category is Intricate Designs. Best jewelry product category, Simone's Bead Creations. I hope I pronounce your company name. Shortlisted for the best jewelry product category with products unavoidably not on display, Bartley's All in Wood. Come on up. Certificate of participation presented to the shortlisted best jewelry product. Come on up, Purple Jade. Yes. All right, moving on to our final category, best corporate gift. And shortlisted, first up is Humbox Limited. Cabrico Designs, best corporate gift shortlist. And welcome Woodcats International to the shortlisted best corporate gift. Also, Modify Creations, best corporate gift shortlist. Welcome Revive, best corporate gift shortlist. They were active. Yes. Finally, in the best corporate gift category, Bartley's All in Wood. And apologies, please bear with me. There's one more category. Okay, so for the best souvenir product shortlist, we have CJ Arts Games. Welcome again, Modify Creations, best souvenir product shortlist. Also, Cabrico Designs, Best Souvenir Product, shortlist. Also, Mr. Sheed Cole, Best Souvenir Product, shortlist. Finally, on our Best Souvenir Product shortlist, Touched by VLS. Thank you so much to all our makers, designers, craft persons. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you, Ambassador. Give another round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. Okay, so that's a little bit about the competition before we get into the big prizes, but you recognize that everyone is considered a winner, yes? So about the competition, about 220 artisans known to be operating in Jamaica were invited to submit products for inclusion in the Product Quality Showcase. And I'm pretty sure, CTD, that next year there will be many more. Of the 220, 58 accepted the invitation, so congratulations to those that did, and submitted more than 100 product entries. And of those product entries, 29 were shortlisted and then judged, and we are here today to announce the top 3 across the 5 categories. The first category, Best Souvenir Product, and I'm going to invite CTD to assist in handing out the prizes to the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place winner. So for Best Souvenir Product, the 3rd place goes to Traditional Jamaican Board Games. And 3rd and 2nd place will receive trophies. Second runner-up, there we go. Best Souvenir Product. Traditional Jamaican Board Games. Yes, yes, I'm sorry. First runner-up. No, that's not. One of the beautiful things about lives is that life is that it throws you curveballs, and you adjust and you pivot and you get right back on track. So we're going to make a slight adjustment to the presentation of the awards. We're going to present to all the 3rd place recipients and not by category. So our apologies for that, but we're just doing a little pivoting. In the end, everybody will be duly acknowledged. So we just presented for the 2nd runner-up, Traditional Board Games, Jamaican Board Games, in the category of Best Souvenir Product. 3rd place in the category of Best Interior Product goes to Mini Bowl C Series. Thank you. 3rd place in the category Best corporate gift goes to personalized coasters. The name, you see they're waiting for the name. Woodcats. Third place in the category Best Fashion and Textile Product goes to Cow Horn Hairpin by
Coda.
And finally, third place or second runner-up in the category Best Jewelry Product goes to Tubular Bead Necklace Set
by Simone Dennis.
Thank you so much, CTD. Congratulations to our second runner-up. For our second place finishers now, I'm going to invite Mrs. Janine Fletcher-Taylor to assist in handing out the trophies. For the category of Best Souvenir Product, the first runner-up is Inna the Box, Icons and Heroes by
Sheet Cole.
Best Interior Product, first runner-up goes to Traditional Jamaican Board Game by
CJ Arts Games.
In the category of Best Corporate Gift, first runner-up goes to Cultural Music Box by
Humbox Limited.
The category for Best Fashion and Textile Product, the first runner-up is Sweet Jamaica Sandals by
Jan's Accents.
And in the category of Best Jewelry Product, the first runner-up is Sweet Song Earrings by
Purple Jade.
Thank you so very much for your assistance. And now, can I get a drum roll, please? I like this audience. First place. In the category of Best Souvenir Product, our winner is Pushcart Coaster Set by
Cabrico Designs.
And the first place winners will receive a trophy and a cash award of 150,000 Jamaican dollars. Congratulations. And in the category of Best Interior Product, our winner is Triptych Sculpture.
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 Yes, by Robert Maxwell Campbell.
Sculpture.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Liana. CTD, may I invite you to take us to the finish line? And in the category of Best Corporate Gift, our winner, Octavia Desk Caddy by
Cabrico Designs.
D. Double congratulations. That was. And in the category of Best Fashion and Textile Product, our winner is Ari Basket Bags.
By Kalia and Company Designs. They're unavoidably absent.
Oh, they are unavoidably absent. Okay. And as such, CTD, no, it's not so at work. I'm sure the ministry will organize for them to receive their gift in due time. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're at our final gift. In the category of Best Jewelry Product, our winner is Sea Glass Necklace by
44 Miles. They do
Hold it down. Hold it. CTD down. We're talking? Good, hold it now. Okay, good. Okay, great. Heartiest congratulations. And our last big photo op, we're going to invite, and I think it's only fair, all the winners to come back with their trophy and their check. The first place, yes, for a photo op. Yes. So as they admire, could you make your way back to the stage with your trophy and your check? So our first place winners. Yes, they want to show the money too. Yes. Show that is too. Oh, one person was missing. No, the other way, forward. Yeah. Forward. Looking straight ahead. And then Janine, CTV. Liana. On the stage in the center. One more over. All right. Thank you first. Let's show them our appreciation. Thank you. We'll ask our colleagues to remain, but invite the second place with your trophies to now. Second place trophies. To step forward. And then our third place winners. Okay. Thank you so very much, everyone. A final big round of applause. Thank you. And now we are at our final item on the program. It's been a long but good day. So, a basket weaver once told a young apprentice, each strand in a basket must be placed carefully, or the whole structure will fall apart. Life is the same. This craft and coffee event was the same. Each moment of gratitude strengthens the foundation, and I will add the collaboration. To move the vote of thanks, I invite Ms. Avis Matthias to the podium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Senator, the Honorable Aubin Hill, Permanent Secretary, Mistress Sansia Bennett Templar, Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Latoya Richards Franklin, heads of agencies of government, distinguished guests. As we pull down the curtain on a successful inaugural craft and coffee event, we are grateful to all persons present for making it a success. We would like to thank all the participants or the participating agencies for their support in information sharing, particularly our panelists. Thank you to the Jamaica Business Development Corporation and Things Jamaica for also providing support with product storage, the arrangement of the product showcase, and the design and printing of event program and product tags. Thanks to JIS for managing the live stream and the outside broadcast. We are grateful to the judges of the product quality showcase who provided support to the final judging which took place yesterday, including the Edna Manley College for the Visual and Performing Arts, the Sandals Foundation, JBDC, and the Tourism Product Development Company, last but not least, the Industrial Division of the Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce. To all the producers who participated in the competition, as well as the shortlisted candidates who made time to be here with us today, we say thank you. Thank you to the staff of Rock Hotel for hosting us in fine style. We appreciate you. Finally, but not least, to the staff of the Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce, the Corporate Communication and Public Relations Branch, the IT unit, our consultant for the project, or the National Craft Policy. We also say thank you for all the behind-the-scenes work that you have done over the past months. Congratulations again to all our winners. And as we exit this place, we invite you to have lunch with us. And we say a big thank you. And for all the artisans, we ask you to collect your products immediately after the ministry. We are saying the ministry is not responsible after this event. We say thank you so much for all of you. We could not have done it without you. Thank you once again from the Ministry of Industry, Investment, and Commerce.
Thank you so much. And as we move to lunch, colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen in the room and online, it has indeed been a delight for me to host this inaugural Craft and Coffee 2025 event. And as we wrap up today's celebration of craftsmanship and creativity, and embrace the wealth of information that has been shared, the tools that have been highlighted to assist the sector to grow, let us remember that just like a handcrafted piece, success is built one stitch, one carve, one brushstroke at a time. Similarly, a good cup of coffee takes time, just like success. The principles of patience and perfection permeate the work done by artisans in curating timeless pieces of craft. The outlook for the sector is more than positive, with the forecasted growth, with the focused attention of the ministry and its agencies and the wider government of Jamaica to support the expansion of the sector. Thank you for being a part of Craft and Coffee 2025. Until next time, may your creativity flow as freely as a freshly brewed cup. Thank you so much.